Hello everyone, and welcome back. We're back with more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Where's my... Wait a minute. Oh, okay, continue. Last time we began the game and it started with our main character, Ryunosuke Narutoto, being wrongfully accused of murdering a British university professor. And when we ended, we brought in a witness that was a young British student, woman who was a student at the university, an exchange student that, or well, maybe not foreign exchange, but you get what I mean. She is a foreign student at the university who was also there on the day that the murder happened. And like everyone else, she's saying that Ryunosuke was the one that killed him, but I don't know, something fishy's going on, so let's continue. Start playing from this save data, yes. Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Yeah, I left it on this point so that I could remember this little bit of information. Because before this, she was claiming she had no way to carrying a handgun on her. But the fact that she has this little handbag kind of changes that. Changes her story a bit.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case.
For once he's right, the glass doesn't.
This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So, she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brent stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Mrs. sell Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time?
Oh, gee, why do you think? Because of her prettiness. Because of this Scooter is a freaking simp.
Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Okay, I'm not gonna do that. He does it well enough for me. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Gee, I wonder why. Well, okay, maybe it's not the police in general, maybe it's just you. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Was it now? Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Oh, brother. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh, dang, dude, you okay? Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Spoiler alert. Yeah, no spoilers, please. Welcome to stream. How do I say that name? No, I said spoiler. Oh, okay. Well, it says spoiler alert on the chat, so I don't know. But yeah, well, my own original word. Okay. How do I say it? Oh, spoiler! Okay. Goatsy, okay. Well, welcome to the stream. I'm glad you could join us tonight. Goatsy, how you doing? Or Spoilier? Spolier? I don't know, is it supposed to be pronounced French or not? Doing good, how about you, fellow gamer? I'm doing good, thanks. As you can see, I'm not very far in this game. I only started it last Thursday. Such an yachts, let's see. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. A photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag as on a chair by the victim's table. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. I want to check something real quick. I want to take a look at the photo again. That's interesting. So, I guess for now, at least for now, the handbag itself isn't important. But again, this is interesting. That goober with the glasses looks sus. I guess that's possible. I hadn't given that much thought. Let's see. I mean, he's kind of already proven he sucks at his job. So maybe he doesn't. Anyway. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Oh, crap.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slept over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Renosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. I thought that wasn't... Oh, right. He said he was going to give that up no matter what. Oh, gosh dang it. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Okay, hang on. Let me look again. Still has to be something. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Oh? Renosuke, did you spot some... Okay. Wait, Your Excellency! Renosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question!
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Renosuke. I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly.
Well, maybe not from the handbag.
Really, the prosecution has become tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
What kind of goofball buys a see-through handbag? Well, as they explained earlier in the trial, Goatsy, apparently it's just fashionable at this point in time. Doesn't mean it makes sense, but that's fashion for you sometimes. But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Well, I'm gonna save just in case, but obviously the only thing we haven't talked about is... Although I don't know what significance it might have, but... Don't abuse the saves? Well, okay. I don't know why not. Anyway, I mean, I don't think I'm abusing them when it's there. It's not like a save state in the
Yes!
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Actually, you do abuse safe states. Welcome to Stream Soup. How you doing tonight? Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. Also not relevant to this case, but many sporting arenas require clear handbags. Yeah, that makes sense.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer.
Are you the judge? Does that look like anything to you? Yeah, it does.
I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What you're thinking on this, Runosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Hi, Soup and Chat. Hey, Dragon. Welcome to stream. How you doing tonight? Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But yeah, I'm with you, Soup. I don't really see it as abusing it when it's an option in the game. So I'm not sure it even counts as what they call a save state anyway. At least not in the same sense. I'm good. Need to grab leftover meatballs for dinner soon. Okay, sounds good. Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Yeah? I noticed her a little nervous about that too. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Victim, John H. Wilson, male, British, time of death, November 19th, shortly after 2 p.m. I haven't beat the entire Great Ace Attorney games, but if you remember, there are a few trap-ins in the original trilogy. That's true. Single... Okay, it's not that. Okay, so that's not important either. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Let's see. Do you have any evidence of anything that looks like that burn? I didn't think so, but let me check again. Oh! Hello. I don't know how I didn't notice that until now.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Oh,
Yes!
The beefsteak?
no. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Oh! Oh!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnaval. Ugh! Got my meatball sandwich. Nice. The emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Renosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not.
Yeah, you say that, but yet you're nervous.
It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor Alchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Ball sandwich sounds like teabagging. Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Is it conceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then? I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
I told you, he sucks at his job! There's a sandwich place near where I live called Baggins, and their iced tea is actually quite good. That's cool. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day... That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Alchi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So, why do you think that is? Well, it happened... Well, it happened after he died, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Renosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... Yeah, because if he was asleep, he would have woken up upon feeling that, I would think. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already
dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Miss Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. Oh!
That's madness!
Order! Order! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible! I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help.
I knew it! I knew she had to be faking that. Well, okay, I didn't know it, but I suspected that she was faking that she couldn't speak Japanese.
Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Yep, homegirl knew Japanese all along. Yep. I just thought the way she was reacting to some things, she couldn't have if she didn't understand what we were saying. And yeah, it could have been that the detective just translated off camera, but I had doubts about that still.
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world.
Yeah, as an English speaker, I call BS on that. Anyway.
As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Oh, screw you. Still gonna simp for her, Ouchie? Ah, yes, this game's gimmick. Yup.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Historically accurate racism, yep.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
Okay, so he's not gonna stop.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
Oh, gosh, kill me now. Or kill him now. Something, I don't know. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words. At least the judge isn't having any of this. About the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Strong Dahlia vibes from this one. I already joked that I feel like she could be Dahlia's ancestor. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. I know most likely not, and it's just a coincidence that she's being treated in a similar manner, but the thought was still there. Dahlia, if based. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Renosuke. Witness testimony. The victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Quite a few ancestors are in this game, to be fair. Oh, okay. That most captivating and beautiful testimony. Gosh dang it. Will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue.
Urge to slap rising. That's a flat-out taunt. Yep.
Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
A little late to say that! Mm.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
That Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
What? I'm not sure that was appropriate. I'm not sure that was an appropriate way to close that out. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? No, it was not. Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Bread, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. What is harsher than the death penalty? What is harsher than death penalty? Living to hear her talk more? Possibly. I'm sure I don't need you to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's death. Okay, now let me actually read this in a normally so I can understand. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Far for the fun. Okay, I'm gonna press these statements to see if anything else comes up.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those assignedly black trousers of yours has been wide open.
That's usually a good way to go unless you're warned of a penalty for pressing. Right. Which I hope I would not be on the very first case. And she's talking about these people being uncultured. Ugh.
You can't not have noticed, can you?
What? Ah! Gosh dang it.
What fun! What fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right.
Oh gosh dang it. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Renosuke. Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Does that mean you're admitting you have a tiny brain?
Yes!
Well, I can't.
Anyway,
Grandpa Phoenix is probably not going to mention this one at Thanksgiving. Nope. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember.
Yes, I do remember.
Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although...
Although?
Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
damn you.
Language, girl! You get on a... You talk about the Japanese having a vulgar language and then you say stuff like this. I mean, yeah, it's pretty tame by our standards, but I imagine back when this took place, it was pretty... It was pretty vulgar. Next time you have an objection, you should yell, "No, you're wrong!"
I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the courts, for the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
No, it doesn't. And shoot her with a truth bullet. Yep. Or a real bullet. That would work too. I'd settle for either. I think it means the exact opposite. Thank you.
Anyway...
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Lucky for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other caused death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
I imagine the font and word choice for English is the same in the Japanese version. Yeah, that's what I would think too, because, example, I remember when I read the Vampire Princess Miyu manga, there was a Western Shinma in one chapter that spoke English, and when she spoke English, similar to here, the dialogue was written in what looked like handwritten cursive, similar to how it's done here. I mean, obviously, this font isn't handwritten, but you get what I mean. One of my favorite fonts is the Mr. Saturn font in Earthbound. Oh, okay, yeah, that's a pretty fun one. And yes, I have seen it before.
And yet, the fact is that the gun victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest.
Wait a minute. It was handwritten by the creator's daughter. Oh, really? That's interesting.
Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right. Ugh.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace?
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. Point being, it looked like it was scribbled in crayon by a small child, and I love it. Yep. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no! Perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway? Pick up on what?
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Yo, Inspector. You sure this is a normal thing for you? I'm hoping I'm not this sleepy tomorrow. Might continue on with Borderlands 3 for a bit or start up Dragon Quest Heroes 2. Sounds good. But yeah, I understand, Dragoon.
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Ha! Killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Well, there's one thing we can agree on. She is quite formidable. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense. Don't want to be yawning on stream for half of it. Yeah, I definitely understand that. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. I'm really starting to get flashbacks to Dahlia now for a different reason. What do you think, Renosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Renosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. Oh, are we getting on the same wavelength?
Mm-hmm.
About the person standing next to her. It's Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Okay, skipping all this.
Yes!
Inferior.
The non-sticker,
Yeah.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Renosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person I'm actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with the X button. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So first I should move the marker across with the D-pad and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with X and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait. Excuse me.
Yeah! What the? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps haven't heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What does it mean to this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Hmm?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. You don't have a problem with that, do you, Missy? The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Not that we could see her eyes with that mask on anyway, but okay. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Well, okay. Can't find anything out of place. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Renosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Renosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. So this carbonate... Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's all I can check on this thing for now.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now?
I was at Target and they have a Thalog action figure. Really? Or do you say, alright, I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, and number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. Welcome to the stream, Machi. How you doing tonight?
Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire?
It is pretty expensive, though. Oh, really? How much?
Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Plus 1 Ashi for a top-tier reference. I guess I didn't get it.
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
Grr.
It's from GTA San Andreas. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't have known it. Okay, seriously, how many of these bots are there? I don't know, they're probably gonna be around forever. It's a dumb question.
Ahem, if I may.
I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the glass.
Whoa, okay! looks like she's had enough of him. Or she's just had enough of all of us, but whatever.
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
Daylog is $32. Wow. Yeah, that is a bit expensive. But if it was meant to be more like a collector's thing, I guess I can understand. Depends on what quality the action figure is. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten that what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. It is glorious. Oh, okay, that's cool. What would make me happy is if they had one of Angela. But I don't know if they would make one of her or not. You tested it, but how? And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. So basically, you'll be passing your DNA on to Manfred von Karma. I guess so. For every toxin that's available in this country. I'm gonna keep note of that wording. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No!
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Shut up. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest with this gun from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this time? At this point? Cosma? I'm sorry, Renosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Come on, something has to happen.
Hold it!
Huh? Oh, hello!
Please, wait!
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued. Okay. So this case isn't over yet. Save your current progress? Yes. November 22nd, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less.
Oh, now you're going to be sexist, huh? Well, I guess you could argue he's being sexist before, but you get what I mean.
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
Why does this dude keep insisting on speaking over the judge? 5 minutes! I will not allow a moment more. There you go.
But, Your Excellency!
I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful, thank you.
Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching
during her time at Yume University.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Let me take a look at that. Synopsis. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Why did I almost say South Africa? South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation.
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency! The defense does have new evidence! That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I had to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. I don't think that has anything to do with the language, Missy. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Well, obviously.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Honor. I mean, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it!
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! 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 Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
Man, I hope I don't have to voice Ouchie again anytime soon. I mean, after this case. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But, after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous!
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense!
Ahem, if I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must...
It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady!
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules!
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not?
What? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Island boys?
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
Wait, what are you doing?
I object!
Why?
It's really damaging to my case!
Yeah, I do get that reference.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There have to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Renosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Contains poison. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change... Shoot, I think I messed up here. The defense refuses to change position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way that poison ball could contain poison. I mean, we just saw...
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained. Okay, maybe I didn't mess up.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Okay, hang on a second. Let me see what part that is. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Synopsis. Okay, yeah, special characteristics. Overruled! Good call! We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters are going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, counsel! No, that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kurare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kurare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
You meddling little
Rapscallion!
Well, Renosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Attention!
All this talk. Ugh. All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it's possibly.
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right.
Good gracious!
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest...
Yes, this Kurare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And, more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
There we go! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
When did her mask get that big? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't mean to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurare? Question is, which one do I present?
Take that!
I'm sorry, counsel, but the slipshod manner in which you toss that evidence before the court does not inspire confidence. Huh? Listen, Renosuke, there's no need to overthink this. We know that Karare's toxic effects only come into play when the poison enters the body via wound. Right, so that can only mean that when Dr. Wilson drank his glass of water, he must have had a wound somewhere that let the poison in. Exactly. So we need some evidence that would prove the professor had a wound inside his mouth. Oh! Of course. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Karare?
Take that!
As Miss Bread so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Karare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Oh! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day.
Ah!
So that's it. Use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I am afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No! What is it? What's happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible, at once!
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this!
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not.
You...
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady?
That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No! You killed the victim that day, using Karare! And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man.
I'm pretty sure destroying evidence is a crime, and it would create enough doubt that nobody could reasonably convict Ryunosuke. Yeah, that's what I would think too. But obviously there's some reason why no one's acknowledging that.
A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged.
Remind me when and where this court is set? Yeah, no, that's the problem, Mashi. I don't know the exact time period, but yeah.
The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke! Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now... Oh yeah, I know that it's an ancient court system, but there's no way destroying evidence would be allowed. Late 1800s Japan. Welcome to the stream, Shannon Cabbage. How you doing tonight? Ryunosuke was likely still get tried, sadly. Yeah. They must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. So the standard of reasonable doubt is a red herring. Right. Every color. Oh. Is Cosimo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I assume there has to be. Actually, Cosima, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off of that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait! It's been niggling at me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Well, obviously it has to be this bloodstain, I would think. Especially since supposedly it wasn't there until after the murder? I guess that's what was assumed. It Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute!
Where are you going with?
Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Ah!
Yes. For blood to have been made onto the plate, for blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett!
I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Oh! This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Even in modern Phoenix Wright games, it doesn't matter. I just wish it did sometimes. Yeah. If it had been in black and white, they could have said the steak was just really juicy. Yep. Because modern games are a satire of the Japanese legal system. Yeah, that makes sense. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it!
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice! Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it, now! Updated autopsy report will live forever in history. Yep. Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately! Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't!
Quickly, Inspector! The blood men! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Ah, fudge. Ah, darn it! No, no blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's... impossible! know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Ugh.
I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire,
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. Then let's pretend the attempted courtroom proceedings is let's pretend the attempted courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine again, be my guest.
The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. The meal Miss Brett ordered for lunch. It was removed from the victim's table after the incident. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Well, that's what we're going to find out right now. Well, fudge. Okay, so what the one idea I had didn't work, but there's still something else there's still something else I'm wondering about. Well, she is right about that. It is painful to watch, but not for the reason she is thinking. There are at least 2 click points. Oh, okay. The symbol on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of Le Carnival. Le Carnival, is it? Excuse me? Huh? What in the world is this? Runosuke, is this a butterfly? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? Right. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I never heard of bullion and bullion. Oh, bullion and bullet. You get the joke. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. Slap that bad boy on Meow's head, yup. And it's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated the juices as well, look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Runosuke. A Koban coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. Can we look at it, please? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, come on! Darn it. Okay, let's see here. Okay, seriously. Well, I guess that's all I can do for now. Was the Play-Doh's... This is it now. I've lost. Renosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. That's all you get on that one, Luna. Okay. Yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Your Excellency, please wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Bread. We must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Beefsteak is delicious, well, yeah, it's Chie's favorite food. Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't... Okay, I already read all this. Wait, what did you say? This isn't the front. Starting to never. Where precisely on this?
Got it!
I think you need to press a different button to present it. Yeah. Good gracious! That's...
Koban?
What on earth?
a Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Yeah, sure. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now!
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here. Yeah, okay, he's not wrong there. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of this Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Well, this is who I'm assuming it is. But, well, no. Gosh dang it. The Wright family are a proud family of heavy sweaters. Yes, they are. Yeah. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath this beefsteak is... Because obviously in Japan they would still have to pay with Japanese currency. I would think, so... Wait, no. Ugh! Again. Well, ask yourself, who would have a reason to hide the coin? Right. Well, here we go.
Take that!
Yes, just the sort of person to have a precious Koban like that. No, come on, Renosuke! Huh? You shocked me, Kazuma. Not as much as you shocked me. You've already heard about a Koban in this case. Don't you think perhaps it's the same one? Refresh my memory, I don't remember this. Fine. Don't remember who had it. I don't remember that much. Let's see. Oh! Gosh, yeah, I'm an idiot. Yeah, see, I've already forgot about the old man. Only 2 people were directly involved with the coin part, yeah. Well, like I said, I just forgot. Okay.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rosute, Kyoryo Korakuda-san.
Cure, as in Mr. Cucumber or something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Yeah, I'm sure the Japanese feel the same way about your name. So you have a 50-50 shot. Huh. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct?
Yes, Your Excellency.
I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. Curio Collector is a wacky name. True, it is.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Indeed! The Hoya Koban! My prized coin! Then, this Hoya Koban, do you mean to tell me...
Attention!
No. Please, why would Korikuta-san's Koban be sandwiched beneath the victim's beefsteak in its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korikuta-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer! Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Oh, okay. So we have all four up in here now. All five if you want to count the baby. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves! Get her, Luna! Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this rusty shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korikuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. Baby, I don't know, sir. Yep. I'm gonna save here because I'm gonna go ahead and take a short break. So, if there's anything you need to do, now would be a good time, and I will be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. I know I took a little longer than I had planned, so sorry about that. Anyway, let's continue this. Be that as it may, Korakuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. Just a minute. Okay, hang on a minute. Looks like I just missed some dialogue. Hang on a minute. As far as your Rossite... Oh my gosh. As far as your Rossite memory serves, have you ever seen this kobold before? Whoa! Yeah, yes, that's it! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day!
It can't be!
As I thought. Young man! Just a minute. Okay, back. And thanks, Soup. Sorry, I just got a little distracted by some things. First having to... I thought Mama had called me for something. If Japan kept evidence during that era, he ain't getting it back. Yep. Most likely. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery! She's doing fine. She didn't actually say anything. I just thought I heard her, but she said it must have been her TV. Though I don't know how I would have heard her TV with my headphones on. But oh well. But yeah, does this guy know what... It's still nice that you checked on her, very considerate. Yeah, I try to be. Okay, old man, do you know what that second line means? Anyway. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it's dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Yeah, don't you feel bad about what you did now, Brett? Unless it was the inspector. I don't know. How would I do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! Okay, yep, the silence says it was Brett. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonoga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Oh.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant that attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. Really? A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were staying undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter of the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So, unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What?
What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuta-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? So before you submit, okay, I'm listening. Oh, reading. Or reading, whatever. Ask who would have incentive to hide the Koban. Well, again, I'm having trouble knowing it had some sort of value. Well, I'm having trouble remembering every detail about every body, so... Because remember, it was last Thursday when I played last. Three people at the stand know what it is, so you have a 33% chance on a guess. Right. Well, I'm gonna guess this one, so here we go. If I end up being wrong, oh well. Well, actually, I guess technically it would be a 50-50 chance because the old man was the one that panicked over it missing. Okay, here we go.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you, Sergeant Ayesanosa. Baby looks shocked too. Ido looks shocked too. What? How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido was the master behind all this. Excuse me? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa! You... Oh! What? What the? Please tell me you're not serious. Oh my gosh. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Ayesanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir! The inspector looks like, what did I do to this? What have I done to deserve this? Horsey ride of despair. Yep. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son! That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money! Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Isn't the restaurant expensive though? I guess I should keep it down. His voice is getting hoarse. Yep. And probably gonna make mine go that way. As if Ouchie didn't do that enough. But again, isn't this an expensive restaurant? How could he, if he's that low on money, how could he afford to eat there? It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. In this case, running out after someone else created a scene. True. A veritable phantom thief you are! Oh, no way. He's nowhere near as cool as Joker. I know. Phantom thieves come in all shapes and forms, but Come on, they're all cool. They all usually look cooler than this guy. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. Why the baby? What are you... So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. You know that if the inspector hadn't taken it, it just probably would have been thrown out with the garbage? Oh well. And now the whole courtroom's silent. This is ridiculous.
Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
Like hell!
May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetuated by this... That's not the... by this baby-saddled sergeant. That's not the... It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. She is having none of this sideshow, and the more pressure she puts on, the more likely she is to get away with it. Yep.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Kind of, because like I said, if the inspector hadn't taken the plate away as evidence, that coin just would have likely gotten thrown out in the trash with the beef. Well, oof.
And also picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork? It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness' testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Look forward to Aisa's return in Danganronpa 4 as the ultimate horseback ride. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Again, like hell!
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Renosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking... wait, what? Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Okay. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. Oh. Okay, hang on a minute. Voice of the narrator in A Christmas Story. Wake up, stupid! Wake up! If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard! Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett!
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. He said it nicer. Yeah.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Rinosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? That's the sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Oh. Wait. What are we getting at?
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? I assume it's this. Because she claimed this was her meal. Well, see if I'm right. I can't think what else it would be.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eaten before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten.
Oh,
I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did! She's a refined English gentlewoman herself!
Algie doesn't have many hairs to split. That's true. Then take a good look at his steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Ah!
Oh!
oh!
It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all!
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything down.
I've heard enough! You irritating little spectacled samurai relic!
Of course. Dear lady!
Now that she brings that up, is that what eyeglasses looked like back then? I kind of expect something similar to what the old man's wearing. What's the matter, Miss Bread? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Renosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now, at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. I think it's more for the benefit of making it clear he's related to Winston Payne. Fair enough. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple.
My favorite everything is a bagel.
If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been... What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd! The trial has run several hours already, and you say there is evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be! I don't believe you have it!
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Well, I'm going to assume it's him.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Yeah, I think I'm starting to get the point. He's just a bad liar. Good guess? Thanks. But yeah, I'm starting to think Hosonaga is just a bad liar. That's why he that's what that coffin is. It's kind of a sign that, it's kind of a tell that he's either lying or has experienced a lie, in the case of when he reacted to Brett's claims earlier. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. If he were in modern times, he would have his pay cut so many times he'd be as broke as gumshoe. Yep! I can believe that. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korakuda-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak.
You watch it, cadet! I'm a superior officer!
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put on the coin under, in fact, your own stake?
Attention! Affirmative, of course! I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still! I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it!
In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense.
I'm still questioning how Sergeant Nosa could afford that meal, but
That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over.
He did?
You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, they, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Presumably once he started grifting people, he got addicted to the actual act of the con, and was willing to eat some of the profit in order to keep doing it. Plus it's tasty. Fair enough. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. There was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, prosecutor son.
Yeah, but yeah, I imagine it was tasty. Just imagine if we met Chie's ancestor in this game.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir!
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Ah!
Okay, now she's starting to get... Now she's finally starting to really get nervous. That's correct. Then, please present it to the court now.
The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now?
You have not been paying attention, have you?
I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady!
I beg your pardon.
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No.
Oof, you're the one who decided it was a problem, not me.
Oh. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Just thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. Yeah, and if you got nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind it coming out as evidence now. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you're reading from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef-stick and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes! Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. Okay, there we go. Here's the other steak on this plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Yeah, we're good now. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, I don't think he's a liar, just very dumb. Yeah, I guess so. Shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table, with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
Ah!
It can't be!
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! What the hell?
Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no!
Yeah, not doing that. What the fudge? Hey, can we take these chicks home? I want the black one. Untitled Hat Game.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure.
Sure, if that's what you want to call it.
Most unbecoming of behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Yeah, well, so is murder. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would ever be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him, to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Okay, I kind of thought she could have done that.
Under your skirt?
So I was right. There were two guns.
Yes,
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. For once, it's not the Americans always have a gun cliché. Yeah, that is a nice change.
and everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended.
It's all Brits have a gun.
And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead.
naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Would that just be a misdemeanor? everyone's reaction says no.
Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
Forgive you for almost giving him a life sentence in prison at best. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Takasuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten!
Yep, clearly not. You become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. A 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, present an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sogi. Yes, yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo... Oh, yes? In you, I sense... how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty! Heck yeah! Ouchie is still in shock. This court is now adjourned. November 22nd, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial! Renosuke! You finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha 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 ha! No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yome University Street. Don't forget! Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, okay, it's her.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Oh yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba... Oh, there you are! I believe congratulations are in order! Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed a true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend?
Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly! In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together?
I never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
I will. I'll learn all that I can.
I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes.
That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Oh yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
Oh, what do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all.
She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction.
Oh, okay.
Inspector Hosonaga.
It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch.
I must congratulate... But what's this all about consular jurisdiction?
We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice?
A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard.
But why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were the thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret arrangements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They are obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Renosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun! In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To Le Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! Le Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Renosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Renosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No, the ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then. Well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Renosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Oh, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws first. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still! It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And that's the end of this case. Still more use than Dick Gumshoe. That's true. Trophy earned, defense debut. For completion of episode 1 of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Adventures from its opening chapter. But yeah, you're right about that, Ashi. Save your current progress? Yes, and this is where I'm going to go ahead and end the stream for tonight, because as you probably already know, all that voice acting really wears my voice out after a while, so I think this is a good place for me to stop. So yeah, thanks for everyone that tuned in tonight. I hope you all enjoyed tonight's stream. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel link below to see my past streams, as well as my Twitter account to be notified when I go live or for other announcements. And I'll be back tomorrow night for more of Star Ocean till the end of time. So hopefully I'll see you then. And if you'll stick around, I'll drop a host. Let's see. Who should I host tonight? Let's go ahead and host Dai Sensei, who's playing Kingdom Hearts 3 Chain of Memories.
So hope you'll stick around for that, and I hope you all have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye.